Hello, 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 hello. Happy Tuesday. This week, on Friday, I mentioned this in all of last week's streams, and I'm going to mention it in this week's streams. I am doing a long celebration stream, a belated celebration of hitting Twitch affiliate, and of just recently hitting 100 subs on the VODs channel on YouTube. So that will be this Friday. I just realized these signals are extraneous. That will be this Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time. The Twitch schedule will have that localized for you. But it's 3 hours before the usual stream time. And it'll be going for as long as I feel like it. But it'll be a longer than usual stream for sure. Other than that, I think I have no community news. So we can dive right in. Last time we got, where is it? I don't even know. We got this new hot air build done. And this is pulling from 500 degrees C coke oven gas from bitumen processing, wherever that is, here, which currently appears to be turned off. So I think we have processed all of our bitumen. Cool. So I don't remember what else I worked on last week. I'm sure there were some other things, but it was last week. So this week, the to-do list says we got to work on fish and also Tuuphras and Kicalks. I need to check on what I'm doing up here. So we have a bunch of palm tree DNA samples. So we need to get Tuuphras set up. Does this just need to have its request changed? I think it does. Tuuphra codex. Okay. And then this also needs some logistics science. I'll need to hand deliver that. But that will get some Tuuphras going. Or the Tuuphra DNA samples going. To actually make the Tuuphras, we're going to need to double check what the crafting recipe is, but that's okay. So yeah, let's just grab a bunch of this science, and we can head right over there and drop that in. And that will make a bunch of the potato DNA samples for me. Cool. All right. When I was flipping through YAFC the other day, I realized... Yeah, okay. I set this up right before these were changed to not, create syngas, or not syngas. These oil burners were changed to create flue gas in a recent update to Pyanodons, or to hard mode specifically, I think. So I'm burning this 500 degrees C coke oven gas into steam, but I'm not getting the flue gas byproduct that would normally be part of that. So I should probably figure that out and get that to be not cheaty. And the other thing I need to do is we've got two potential byproducts here in the form of ash and... this makes ash? No, this doesn't make ash. What makes ash? Oh, this takes fuel, so it makes ash from its fuel. Right. But we've got ash and coke that comes out of this, because this is just a belt full of red hot coke, so it eventually spoils into regular coke. So we will also need to deal with that at some point. Take the things out of this and feed them to appropriate pickup stations for the coke and the ash. I could probably just put those over here because this is fairly low. Yeah, and I already put one of the byproducts of this processing of the bees over here. So I could put the other ones as well, the coke and the ash. And then as far as this 500 degrees C coke oven gas, I actually want to be recovering this because that's hot air. So I'll need to find a place to put a station for that. And that's going to be weird and awkward and might end up like up here with this stuff. Yeah, this is a bunch of random stuff on this arm. So I can put a fluid pickup station here and route that coke oven gas up there. So that's going to be what I want to start on first, and then we'll hop over to YAFC and we'll figure out what we're going to need as far as the fish build. And we'll get ourselves going with fish. So, where am I? Oh, I'm way up at base. Right, because I just dropped off the Logi Science packs. I remember. Do I have what I need to build some rail stations? Yeah, maybe. I would like more. What do I need? Iron plate. Okay, I can get iron plate. I have that on rails too. Just grab it from the rail base. Iron is, I think, right over... Nope, that's stone. Where am I going for iron? Oh, further south. Okay. All right. And that's enough stations. I'll grab a little bit of steel too, though, just so I have some more. Okay. So, over here, we're going to need to make 2 pickup stations. One there, and one will be up here. And then both of these, because these are byproducts, we'll need to set up that they are high priority. This is all pretty standard stuff that we have done many, many times. All right, and now all of this, let's just take what we can out of it. All right, this will never actually have ash coming down it anymore. That was from an earlier mistake. So we'll have coke here, coke here. And this will be ash. I'm not expecting to need many inserters at all for this. The amounts should be tiny. Wait. I'm losing my mind. Did I build these stations and then just never plumb them in? Oh, because we're also going to have a station for the bees themselves out for slaughter, because I haven't set that up yet. Okay, yeah. So I did build some stations and not plumb them in. That's fine. What that means is that these don't go here, though. These need to go across one more set of tracks. All right, so that is those two byproduct outputs done. And then one of these is going to be the actual bees, which will split off of this lane somewhere. And then the last station, this one, I can actually make not this and turn into a fluid pickup. And this one will get that 500 degree C coke oven gas now. So we'll stop this. No, we want that. What we don't want is this one. Don't want this valve here. Okay. So now I just have to figure out plumbing this out. And as always, I forgot to put in a pump. Okay. And then this is also a byproduct, so high priority. Okay. So that will now be this part of this. And then the last thing that needs to happen is the bees themselves need to come out to this station. And I can actually set that up now. I think I have enough queens that I'm not worried about them dying. And turning them on will, will turn on more of the rest of the base, which we need to be doing anyway. Make sure everything is working. So the question is, where do we route the bees out? Yes, I can do it like here. And then this is priority left because we want to make sure that we're keeping the queen cycle fed when we need to, or keeping our egg cycle fed, rather. There we go. This is only capable of making, you know, something like 0.3 bees a second, and some of those are going to actually end up dedicated to rebuilding queens. But that is bees hooked up so that we can eventually render them for their venom, I think is what we need to render bees for. I'm not going to set that up now because we're not anywhere near ready to set up that level of science yet, but I think what I can say is that this is officially... Oh! I didn't realize that this was both... That's fine. Is that right? This outputs coke and... Yes, so this can have both coke and ash on it. Okay. It should be mostly ash, though, so a little bit of the coke will get fit onto this belt, which is fine. The ash does its thing. That's fine. The only time this belt will have coke on it is when that coke spoils inside these apiaries. Otherwise, it should pretty much always be coming off of here as it kind of decays along this belt. It only comes out of these facilities when something goes, you know, horribly wrong. All right, so this system should be able to keep itself running now. And we should see over time that this fills up with bees. It'll be pretty slow initially, but that's okay. Our demand for Arcod Venom is going to be fairly low. I think this system also makes enough honey already for the base, for the science that we're going to need to make in the base. So I think bees are done here, with those couple of pipes hooked up. Oh. Did something just come and take the... Okay. Cool. I just realized I also don't have a outserter here for coke. Let's just do that. Because if this stays backed up long enough, this will actually decay in this machine, and none of these outserters will take it. So we need one here to put it into the spoilage belt. And then that will eventually end up all the way down here where it belongs. All right. I think that's all the changes that need to be done to bees to have them sort of productionized. I had been sort of intentionally putting off doing that, but I think we're fine now. Yeah, and it looks like we have pretty much the right number of barrels in the loop. So I think we're doing well there. I'm surprised that this is all draining through so quickly. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I'll check on it later and make sure that everything's keeping up and that we're not seeing buildings going yellow. Okay. Next is, I mean, I guess fish is what's on the list. Are Tuuphras started? Did the bots get around to bringing potato DNA samples over here? Oh, it needs more logi science. And we were only able to make one. Okay. Ooh. I didn't realize how much science that needed. Yikes. All right. Yeah, we're only making a couple of potato gene samples, apparently. Did we even have enough over here? No. This is trying. What are we... You're missing skin. You're missing ingredients. You're running. Okay. Alright, I think it's running. It's just not running as quickly as I might like. A. What are you? You're also A. Oh, these are not set to enable disable. Oh, okay, that's bad. All of these should be disabled when A is on. Yeah, and oh. Enable disable. Enable disable. Yeah. When A equals 0, turn these off. Because what that's saying is that we want to be making these animal samples, which means we need all the stuff that's in here, and it'll get used. And it's only when A goes 0 that we want to turn these on. Yeah. And then this is just going to be slow. But if I grab some extras here, and that is some extras. Maybe instead of starting fish, I should start the Tuuphras and the Kicalks, because it seems like Tuuphras especially, because they take so much logi Sci. I think we're going to want to start growing them sort of the normal way instead of Tuuphra replicator. Yeah, we'll look at that later. Getting distracted. So Tuuphras need lots of stuff. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna make 2 of these, and we're gonna be done. So let's go up here and let's turn off the Tuuphra Codex factory, or just turn off the Codex factory in general. No recipe set. So yeah, we're gonna be able to grow... Sorry, I'm hitting the wrong keys. Just a couple of these. Like, the things that they need are fine for us to get. Planter boxes, biosamples, cDNA. So getting 2 of these going, 2 crafts of this, which is a whole 4 Tuuphras, is fine. And then we're going to have to set up a Tuuphra plantation somewhere, just a small one, to just start running them in the background and making more, which is easy to do. I have some random stuff up here, right? Like I got this thing that runs to make sap trees. And I'll do something like this. I'll get RoboPort coverage set up, and I'll set up this just a little thing that's designed to give me Tuuphras for use as modules, right? And I'll do the same thing with Kicalks. So let's grab our palm tree samples, potato DNA samples. This is going to take a little while to finish. I'm going to need more Kicalk codices. I have those up here. Kicalk Codex. All right. So let's find... Oh, look at this. This one makes tree modules. So yeah, we're gonna be setting up stuff like this, basically. It's not called a greenhouse. What's it called? Botanical nursery. Grab a couple of those, and let's head up here and start thinking about running Kicalks and Tuuphras. The bots need to bring me my nurseries. Can I make them? No. What do I need to make them? Planter boxes. Got a notification that there will be fish and chips? Indeed. We are working on Tuuphras and fish, and also Kicalks, but I don't know if Kicalks taste good. I need planter boxes. I should really stash some planter box. Oh, I do. I have planter boxes right here. Cool. All right. So for the Tuuphras, biosamples, cDNA, and some poor alien samples. Okay. cDNA is over here. And poor alien samples are down where we make Py Sci. And then I'll need to check what I need for Kicalks, but hopefully I can also start them pretty quickly. Poor alien samples should be in here. Develop some cloaking text for the bots so we can see the ground. Yeah. I wonder if there's a mod for that. Okay. So that's for the... Oops. For the Tuuphras. Planter boxes. Oh, I need to grab biosamples too. And then for the Kicalks, what do we need for those? All the same stuff. Okay. I like it when it's all the same stuff. It makes my life easy. I think the only thing we might not have a lot of is these biosamples, because I don't know if I'm putting those in boxes. I don't think I am. I think I just have whatever's on the belts. So I'll grab what I can of these. Oh, where do these go? Do these actually come up to my base? Do I send these up to base? Or up to the mall area, rather? Oh, I do! They come up here! How fun. Okay, so if I take this biosample into a couple of stack limit. Oh, there's no coverage here? There's no coverage here. All right, grab the roboports and get coverage done. And of course, that is in the worst possible spot. And then this needs to be... Let's do like that. All right, and that should get Roboport coverage for this. Not that I necessarily need Roboport coverage for it, but whatever. Did I get my botanical nurseries yet? Not yet. Do we make botanical nurseries? We do. Okay, the bots are just busy doing other things. That's fine. It's not like it's the one thing I'm trying to do right now. Okay, so we've got water here. So I'm just going to set these nurseries up. All right, what do I need for 2 recipes of this? I need 2 planter boxes and, like, barely anything. Biosamples is 10. All right. And I need to grab the other potato DNA sample. That's down below. That's fine. And how many planter boxes? Just 2. All right. Everything else can come into this one, because we'll make quite a few more Kicalks just because I have the stuff for them. All right. That's going to start. This hasn't because I need the water hooked up. And let's grab that other potato DNA sample. And then I'll need to set up loops with seeds for them to be able to breed more to use as modules. There we go. Potato DNA sample. Everything else here is just spare whatever. So yeah, only getting 2 Tuuphras, or I guess 4 Tuuphras, because they get 2 to a craft to start with, is going to be a little sad compared to the Kicalks, but we'll get them rolling, and we'll have plenty by the time we actually are ready to start building them at scale. Okay, so... Oh, these need coarse fraction? Gross. And manure bacteria. This needs stuff that I don't have. except on the rail base. All right, so I think we're gonna do actually a little Tuuphra build on Rails. Maybe I should just centralize Tuuphras. Maybe Tuuphras are complicated enough. A lot of the simpler plants I grow on site, right? If we go down here to the rail base, you can see like moss I almost always do on site. Same with, if I can find, obviously, seaweed, phawagy, things that don't have a lot of inputs just get used on site. But, like, looking at Tuuphras, like, manure bacteria's kind of complex processing, coarse fraction always needs to come in from the outside world. So maybe it is time to start thinking about if Tuuphras need to be built centralized. And maybe also Kicalks. Kicalks aren't as bad. Kicalk seeds in clay. Or this recipe that takes sand and lamp and water. But like, this you can do anywhere, right? So it may just be the Tuuphras that need a central build. Okay. Well, while I'm thinking about that, let's get the Kicalk and Tuuphra plantations going on the mall here. Jeez, I'm running out of slots. I'm gonna have to grow this soon. As wild as that is. Kicalk plantations and Tuuphra plantations. All right. So yeah, I think Tuuphras we might end up building centralized. Kicalks we don't need to. Is what it comes down to. Or at the very least, I will need a small Tuuphra build on Rails, because all of the things needed to make the Tuuphras are on Rails, right? The coarse fraction, manure, all that stuff is more readily available in the Rail system than it is here. Kicalks, on the other hand, we could probably build up here, but it's going to take a while for these buildings to all get crafted, so I think in the interim it's probably time to think about fish. Because that's what I said today's goal was fish. So let's head over to YAFC, and we look at Unified Science, the most terrifying sheet that I have right now. Did I do fish? Yes, somewhere I do have fish. Do I have fish? I have render fish. Fish, there it is. The icon is broken. This is saying not much fish. Is what I'm seeing here. 0.01 fish farms and 02 making the eggs themselves. So let's make a new fish tab, and let's figure out kind of what the whole fish build looks like. Because obviously, what I'm doing here is I'm just getting a feel for what we need for science. And this does include what we need as far as fish oil for mechanical parts for the Py Science pack here. There is a fish oil input. But, you know, we'll build the build at the scale that makes sense to do the build at, and we'll have fish for days. So, we want fish, and we're going to make it with this recipe, fully moduled, and do eggs also from the recipe that uses food, also fully moduled. And then we clear that, and we set this to 1. Okay. These don't ratio well, of course. Alright, 0.7 fish a second, 5 wastewater. Do we make phytoplankton on site? We may as well. The fish food... Oh, that's the wrong recipe. Sorry, I need this one that also makes food, because this is what we have from our turd. And then I think the fish egg recipe is the same. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and it does change the ratios, of course. All right, 3 to 11. I mean, I don't see any reason not to just build this at full scale. And this will also output a little bit of fish food, which we'll be able to use for other things. And our fish themselves, well, some will get rendered into fish oil and other things, so that'll be fine. So the phytoplankton, again, we'll make with jerky. So we'll need 2 of those phytoplankton farms. Everything else comes from rails. The only thing is that we're going to need... Do we do wastewater processing to urea on site? Or do we put the wastewater on rails, is the question. Maybe we put it on rails, because we might also... Oh, look at that. There's a turd for the Xiophos that use wastewater. There's some future log recipes that'll take wastewater. I'm disinclined to do anything except make urea with it right now, but... we make methanol and also consume the methanol. Interesting. So that just gets rid of it entirely. Of the, 13 and change that we make, half of it goes to methanol and the other half, and that spits out a little bit of nitrogen as a byproduct. I don't know. I can make urea. We'll always have uses for urea on the base, and this will be a high priority source, so it'll never back up. So that's what I'm inclined to do right now. And then, input-wise, we're going to have filters, lamps, jerky, and biomass. That is fine. And then, well, water we do on site, always. Okay. This is easy enough. So we've got 3 outputs, a fluid input, so 5. Okay, so it's just a standard sized train platform. Nothing special to do there. All right, cool. Let's get this started then. And what's my shopping list? Uh, 14 fish farms. We're not going to have anywhere near 14. Well, we might have 10 built already. Yeah. 10 on the way. Oh, cool. Some extras got crafted, so we might get them after all. Phytoplankton farms we might not have being built yet. We don't. I'll have to add those. And an evaporator we should have available. Oh, there's already one in my inventory. Cool. So let's add a phytoplankton farm. And then what do I need in order to make a couple of those for myself? Intermetallics and lead. Okay, I can grab that. Lead should be here. Of course. What else do I need? Steel and duralumin. Alright, there's 4 of these on the way, so I could make one more myself. Just to have it. Glass. Alright, there's 10. 4 of those are on the way. It looks like we have all of the fish on the way as well already, which is impressive. I guess I probably end up with a lot of fish in Logi storage from filling in water with landfill, right? The bots drop it in my inventory and then they get auto-trashed. Oh no, I don't auto-trash fish. Well, either way. However they end up trashed. Speaking of, clean out some of this from my inventory. And then as far as train stuff, we've got signals, we've got plenty of rails. I think we're good to get that all built. Just gotta wait for the bots to catch up to me. Well, this is bad. Oh! I broke it. I'm not accounting for the fish food in this fish build. I didn't fix this. Shoot. Okay, I gotta fix this build. You know what? No, I don't. I'm not gonna fix this build. I'm just gonna get fish off of the rails and feed them into this base. And this build is just gonna stay broken. That's what we're doing. Although, now that I'm looking at this build, compost... No, I have compost from other sources on rails. I don't need to do it that way. Okay. So after we get this build on rails, let me Add another fish from rails to belt space. Firm. There we go. That should, yeah, because we're going to need to replace this belt of fish. I'm not sure where I'm going to replace it from. I guess here. This station's not doing anything, so I can make that a solid drop-off. And hook up... Yeah. Hook up fish from that up to here. This belt can be repurposed. That's currently taking up jerky. And I'll turn that into a fish belt. That's fine. That will work. So this build is going to go over here somewhere. Just because this is where we have the space. Oh, whoops, did I take off? All right, so we're going to have one solid input, one fluid input, and 3 solid outputs. Beautiful. So let's do solid pickup. 1, 2, 3. And then on the other side, we're going to have a solid drop-off. And a fluid drop-off. And then 2 of these are going to be byproduct stations, and I'll have to sort out the priorities for them. Fluid input, we're going to have 2 fluids, so I need to switch this over to multi-fluid mode. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it's just about ad o'clock, so I will let Twitch run that ad momentarily, and we will finish doing this whole setup when we come back. Oxygen. Okay, so that's the fluid inputs. Down here with the solids, filtration media, lamps, jerky, and biomass. And none of these are more than 1 a second, so those will all be pretty easy. Oh, and the ad break is starting, so when we come back, we'll finish this build. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Sorry about that delay getting back. Where was I? What am I doing? I'm sorry. I completely lost my train of thought. I was... Right, we're building fish. We're building fish. So we have requests here for all of our solids. We have requests here for our fluids. This is dropping off. This is broken because I'm an idiot. Always good to see. This train will be stuck, but we also have saline water here, so we'll get it moving as soon as we get the fish actually built. It'll unstuck soon enough. So let's start getting the fish actually built. We're gonna need 2 phytoplankton farms. And we'll do these like down here. We'll take 1 outserter here with jerky. Water needs to be set up. Okay. So that'll be phytoplankton. And then, what does Yafsi say? The fish eggs need to be fed some fish and saline water and the phytoplankton. Okay. So that's 3 of these machines here. Oh, I didn't pick the right recipe, though. I want this one. That also takes in fish food and filtration media. Which means that this is going to be ratioed wrong. Alright, it's 2 to 10. Instead of, what did I have before? 3 to 11? Yes. Okay. That's fine. So yeah, 2 to 10 is making 1.2 fish a second. Wait, what did I have before with 3 of these? $1.24. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. A little over 1 a second. And then if I want to expand this, I can. So yeah, this is 2 of these. And I'm also going to need the filtration media. And fish food and fish, of course, which are going to be looped back. So these guys... bring in this. And then fish food, filtration media, and fish. Okay. So we're going to take one outserter here with filtration media. And we're going to have that come right on through here. Actually, let's put this a little bit lower. And then we'll have this, which will bring out fish food and fish on to feed these. These guys, of course, don't quite... All right. And then we're also going to have the saline water in. Which will also, I think, have to be fed to the fish themselves. So let's get that figured out. Each of these outputs... Do these have any trash? Yes. But it will be fish eggs. So that's fine. Because we're going to have to deal with potential trash from the fish eggs anyway. So we just won't do trash separately. And then we have fish food, which also needs saline water in. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. And I forgot to put the fish into all of these, so I'm going to have to... Okay. So... as far as feeding into these goes... we have 5 inputs. What a pain. So the fish eggs go up and through here, I guess. So that'll be the eggs coming in. And then we will also need to have coming in on above that will be biomass and doesn't really matter. I mean, it can be lamp infiltration media. Why not? Lamp. That one will come right in through here as well. All right. And then the last one will have to be the biomass and the fish food. We also need fish food and fish to end up down here. And some of that is going to be output related. So we're going to have an input and an output belt up here. Well as... What do these guys need? Everything. These guys need jerky. Do we not have jerky? Not quite, but we will shortly. Okay. Let me make sure that this jerky sink over here is set to, yeah, low priority. Good. All right, so these are all... Their outputs are going to be this belt. At this end, we're going to do kind of this thing where one of these is fish eggs. The next one is fish themselves. And then this will be any bio crud, which I forgot to account for when I was designing this whole setup, so that's fine. This end as well. Bio crud. Okay. And I'll just feed the bio crud output, like, just directly here, I think. Yeah. So bio crud, and let's add that last, we're going to need one more solid pickup station then for the bio crud. All right, so bio crud will come up here. Don't think it's going to be that much of anything. And then... oh, one more filter actually needs to be done here. We also have to take out fish food. Oh, no. No. Sorry, this shouldn't have been eggs. This should have been fish food. Then fish, and then lastly we have bio crud. Okay. So on this side, we need to bring fish food and fish down. Let's get around some of these things. So this needs some of each. And this just needs fish food. Okay. So... Oh, and that'll actually feed back in at the top, because I was not really thinking that through. Okay. So we're going to have an input belt here. So output priority, right. And then I don't know if this needs to be prioritized one way versus the other. I don't think it does. And then this is this. Then that will be from the biomass. Other side of this comes down here, where it needs to meet up with this thing. Again, output priority right. And this is the fish and the fish food coming down to make eggs in here. This is our fish output for like the whole system. And this is the fish food output from the whole system. Bop. And bop. So one of these will come down into here, and one of them will come up into here, and it doesn't really matter which is which. I just have to remember to mark the right ones as high priority when the system is up and running. All right. And then the last thing that we need to do is we need to take care of wastewater, which is going to go right. Right here. Oh, of course, I couldn't have done that better if I tried. Let's pull this lower, actually. And then that just feeds into an evaporator. You know what? I lied. Let's go above. And we make a grand total of 0.57 per second. I'll drop a couple of extra inserters there in case I scale this up and forget that I have to scale up the urea build as well. That comes right through. A couple of inserters in there. This one definitely is high priority. And so is this. So let's get both of those set correctly. Oop, I need to make more of these. Can I make more of them? Make a few. Yeah, and then one more of these is going to be a byproduct, and it's the fish food. Okay. And then fish are normal priority output. We have not hooked up salt water or oxygen to these guys yet, so let's do that. There we go. And that is cleared out now. Beautiful. Okay. And this should be... yeah, not requesting anything anymore. This has... ooh, that. So this just needs... oh, saline water. Didn't get hooked up to this. I thought I hooked up saline water. I halfway hooked up saline water. All right. There we go. I need biomass. Whoops. All right. Biomass in. On the other side of this will have to be fish food, which is fine. So what I want to do to bootstrap this system is I'll need to bring down fish and, well, I'll switch these to the recipes that don't use fish food, for one thing. Yeah, the tier 1 recipes. And then all I need to do is start feeding these some fish. And that will... oh, I have some extra. Excellent. Here, let's do that for now. And then once this starts producing, this will also produce, like, fish food. And once we get fish food down here, we can switch this to the other recipe after this craft is done. So I think this is pretty much the fish build. And again, I have this belt cut specifically just so that we start only one of these with the first batch of eggs, because this only makes 25 eggs. And each craft of this needs 10. So we need to get... you know, we'll only get 2 crafts out of this. I'm gonna... I don't think this priority is going to matter in the long term, but for purposes of bootstrapping, I want to switch these ones to use food first, and then switch... Yeah, this will be egg 2s. And then as soon as this one's empty, egg 2s. And then once this is done crafting, and this is going to be kind of slow while I'm babysitting this during its bootstrap, but that's just alien life. Because yeah, just over 2 minutes for this craft. That'll spit out fish and 1 fish food. How much does this need to run? It just needs 1. Okay. And it spits out 9 fish. And this needs 12. Okay, yeah. So we're going to need both of these crafts to run before this will run again. So it's going to take a little while for us to start getting fish and fish food in the loop. Is what I'm seeing here. I guess I could grab some of the ones that are being used as modules further down this row and turn them on. But we'll use them in here, right? In one of these. Just to get more eggs into the loop, get more fish going faster. The other thing I could do is just go up to base, but... Alright, I think this should be able to loop itself now. Because, yeah, this will make 30 eggs, which will make 27 fish, which will make a lot more eggs. So this loop is positive as it stands. We just, you know, need it to actually finish crafting. Yeah, and this won't start because it's 1 fish short. Do I see a fish in any of these water spots? Can I just run this? The answer appears to be no. Okay. So yeah, when this finishes, this will run again, and it'll start getting itself started. Because yeah, this will make a lot more eggs. Let's, yeah, let's head back up to this fish build at base and figure out... Well, one, I need to just decommission that whole build and get everything set up and routed for having trains deliver fish from the rail base. so down here, what have we got? This is saline water. A top up. Okay, so this is fully self-contained off of the wastewater here. This hydrogen is an output. Okay. And then all of this goes away. All of this, yeah, this whole oxygen pipe can go away. This pipe can go away. This can go away. This can go away. This can go away. What is this? This is a pump out. Oh, alt mode's off. Jesus. Of just water. Okay. Topping up water. Oh, that's all part of this setup. Doesn't matter. It all goes away. And then all of this goes away. All of this jerky stuff goes away. These don't go away because they're important. This is all conveyor belt for fish output, which currently comes down, oh, just straight to here, just straight to fish rendering. We don't send whole fish anywhere. Okay. That's fine. This whole thing comes apart. What is this biomass belt? What was I doing? Is this really just a biomass belt all the way across the base just for fish? The answer appears to be yes. Alright, apparently nothing else was using that biomass belt except for fish. Fascinating. I'm surprised that I ran that whole thing just for fish, but whatever. Apparently I did. Alright, so this belt here that comes up jerky will need to be routed over here. Beautiful. And then if we do one of these filtered for jerky, can drop everything there in a box. Yeah, the bots are mad at me. Let's find a spot where I can drop some purple chests and clear out my inventory a little bit. Here we go. Okay. So that's going to start draining jerky, which means that I need to go down to the bottom of this belt, disconnect it. Otherwise, all that jerky is just going to keep getting sucked out for no reason. This belt comes all the way from here. And it will need to be hooked up to one of these stations. So we'll disconnect all of that, and we will put a solid drop off here. Oh, and I'm out of blue inserters. All right, that's fine. So this is just going to request fish. You can have 120 stacks. A whole thing full of them. It will never use that many, but generally when I'm feeding the belt base, I like to keep it well fed. All right, and this is where we'll hook in once this belt is drained. So short term, need these bots to finish building this. And then we can go check the new fish build. Am I out of landfill? No. Bots are just being slow. Admittedly, do have them a little overstressed. Here, let's overstress them even more. Okay, I think, yeah, we need the last pieces for this requester station, but we're not going to turn that on yet anyway. This belt is not draining, probably because we filled up that. It's going slowly, and yes, we are going to fill this up. Do I have space here for a warehouse? I do. Okay. Well, the bots are still trying to clean up this whole belt of biomass that I disassembled. Oh, hey! The regular base construction bots are actually doing something. It happens so rarely. Here we should have room for all these lamps. Okay. So I think it's going to take a little longer, obviously, for this jerky belt to drain with only one inserter kind of slowly doing its thing there. But once that finishes, we should be all set to hook up fish to it. So let's head back to our new fish build and see how that's doing. Hopefully it has started to... I mean, it should be backing up on fish eggs at this point because we're using the good fish egg recipe. So I think we probably just need to start turning on more... Yeah. All right, and that should keep those running for a little while now. And then we'll switch this to the recipe that uses... Oh, did I not put modules on that? Oops. We'll switch these ones to the recipe that uses fish food once we actually start to accumulate some spare fish food. We have a little bit here, but that'll take a little while to roll through. So until then... Yeah, I think this is good. I think we can call that fish on rails done, fish from rails to belt base done. Fish slaughter, that's just a matter of adding, I think, another fluid station, like, down here. And then another, path from one of these drop-offs to another, you know, half a dozen of these things. Fish just don't need to be caged, so it's a little bit simpler than the... It's a little bit simpler than the other setups because we don't need the cage machine. So yeah, it's going to take a little while for fish food to end up, like, spread around everywhere. Yeah, because we're going to want it to accumulate all the way down here and back up. That's going to take a while. So we're going to be on this worst fish recipe, this worst fish recipe for a little bit of time. But I think each of these can run 0.42, 0.07. Yeah, 2 of these should be able to run all of these machines, actually. It's just going to take a little while for them to back up. But yeah, considering how little, you know, one fish food every 13.5 seconds, it's gonna take quite a bit of time for the fish food to start to actually accumulate here. And same with fish, even. It's gonna take a while for fish to start backing up down here. Train is stuck, huh? Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Wait. That's not supposed to happen. This is station priority 99. Nothing should ever be higher priority than this. Where's our coal? Where's our crushed coal station? Coal is stopped. Oh my god, I'm backed up on coal dust again? I hate my life. Alright, well, that's what I gotta go do. Hopefully there's still trains out and about with fuel, and it'll turn the system back on. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go manually move some coal around to get it fixed again. Alright, so I apparently am not using enough coal dust in the system. I'm gonna need to figure out what to do with that. Probably just burn it into ash, but we'll see what our other options are. Because, yeah, this is not good. I'll go so far as to say it's bad. And all this is going to do is, you know, stall. But okay, what needs to be done sort of in general around the base? I need to expand radar coverage over here. Yep, that's important. We'll do that. Do I have radars, actually, before I say that's important? No, but I can make them. And this is honestly not that big of a coal build. I was talking about making another, like, super big dedicated coal build. And I may still do that. Because this is... We have a lot of demand for coal around the base for various things, not just to fuel the trains, so... Let's just extend this over. There we go. And that'll hook up this this power. Well, it does look like fish might be about to start backing up, which is good. It seems like, yeah, we're not quite feeding enough fish eggs through yet to keep all of these running, but they should shortly. Because I think we now have enough fish coming through to keep both of these going at full, or very nearly we'll have enough fish coming through to keep both of these running all the time, and that should get that going. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I just bumped my volume knob. That almost certainly came through. All right. Next thing is figuring out coal. If this will be able to dispatch a train to get coal or not once we have enough available here. It's really not coming through all that fast, is it? Oh, because it had to... Does this prioritize... What is this for? Cyanic acid. Okay, so yeah, this is for circuits, basically, so that is important. Alright, it's ad time. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and we will, I'll just let this keep running, and hopefully we'll get delivery of coal, and the system will fix itself. But I'll see everybody shortly. All right, welcome back. Thanks for sitting around through the ad break. I appreciate it. Yeah, so fish is running. It's going to take a little while for it to, like, fully back itself up, like I was saying, but we're making good progress on filling up on fish and fish food here. So if I just leave this for a while, it'll get itself figured out. A train is out of fuel on my rails, which is what happens when we don't have working fueling. So I am going to do what I talked about maybe doing a few sessions ago. And that is I'm going to grab some more electric mining drills, and we're going to set up a brand new... Here, let's actually go to YAFC, and let's figure it out. Coal base. So we want coal. We get coal from coarse coal, which we get from crushing crushed coal. We get from raw coal mining. And if we set fixed production at 30, that's what a belt stacked to 2 can handle, right? So that's what we want to bring in. So we're going to need 35 secondary crushers and 10 automated screeners to make this much coal. And it'll make just a little bit of coal dust. And that's the other thing, is I need to find coal dust sink, and it's probably going to be burning it. I probably do just need to burn it. So I'll set up a low priority coal dust burner station as well. But this can just be set up as, yeah, this is going to make 2020 6.7. This is going to make a lot of coal. A lot of coal. But that's what stack inserters are for. We actually can't process this much. This is too much. I think this is probably the scale we want to be at. Because this way, with stack inserters, we can output everything. Yeah. Yep, this is the scale we'll build to. So we need 21 secondary crushers and 6 automated screeners. And this is just making sure that, like... I mean, I could do it with more belts, but we need to be outputting... Again, well, because we need to be outputting on 2 belts, and we can really only get 2 full belts into a station, our total output amount needs to be like 30 a second or less. So this is these, 3 things here combined are 30 a second. So that's what we have to do. So secondary crushers and automated screeners. And we're going to be using a lot of stack inserters in this build, and a lot of... Well, really just a lot of stack inserters. So I'm going to grab a bunch of those from base as well. 4 trains now out of fuel. This is only going to get worse until it gets better. So all I can do is build this new coal mine and have it ready. And then I can run around and refuel trains. But if I start trying to refuel trains now, it's just not going to work. Oh, those are burners. That's not what I want at all. I want electric mining drills. Okay. Let's go get this build done. Thanks, bots. Really, really needed those belts picked up right now. Yeah. Can't find trains to do deliveries. Trains are stuck. Trains are running out of fuel. Everything's broken. Everything is super, super, super broken. So what we're going to do is we're going to have another station right here. Nope, not right there. Shoot. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to extend this station inland another couple of spots. I like that plan. Let's do that plan. The only problem with this is the longer these stations are, the longer our round trips end up being, but I think all of this should be fairly well. I was going to say fairly low volume, quote unquote, but now our crushed coal station. Let's see if I can do this without grabbing. Oh, am I out of rails? Shoot. Okay. All right, well, that goes there. And then we'll have to set up a coal dust station as well. But I need to go get more rails. I didn't realize I was so far out of rails and that the bots hadn't grabbed them for me when I was up there. I wasn't paying close enough attention. I should put rails on my hotbar, not because I ever use them from my hotbar, but because then I can tell when I'm out of them. All right, rails. Do I have... Yeah, I have some rail supports. I will need a couple more stations, and I'll probably need some more Cybersyn combinators. So let's grab... Batteries is what I need for those. All right. That should be good. Bots are still... Oh, they're trying to bring me these... I forgot. I needed these machines. So, yeah. Let's let the bots bring me my crushers and screeners. Steam engine, lamp, and small parts. All right. Those are all things that I have. Oh, hello, steel. What's going on with my steel? Nothing? It's fine? Alright, I've just used a lot of steel recently. That's fine. I can grab more from the rail base if the bots can't bring me all of the ones that I need. It looks like on the way 8, though, so that'll get me up to 22. So yeah, we just need the bots to bring me a few more of these things. Let's not do all of that. Let's keep some of those in my inventory for crafting with. Some of those in my inventory for crafting with. Got a bunch of random stuff in here. Speaking of, yeah, 4 Tuuphras and 20 Kicalks built. Okay. Have they managed to make any Tuuphra or Kicalk buildings that I said they should make? Yes. Okay, that's good. So once we get the coal situation resolved, we can look at the Tuuphra and Kicalk making mini factories for Tuuphras and Kicalks to make modules is what we wanted to do before we got distracted. Well, we did fish on purpose while those machines were running, but we also now need to fix this little rail situation with fuel. And we're just waiting for 2 more secondary crushers to make their way to me. What else is in my inventory that I don't need? I have a bunch of silver that I should probably drop off someplace that it's useful. Only one of them. Just one more. Come on. Come on, bots. I have confidence. I have faith. God. Where is it coming from that it's taking so long? That bot must have gotten routed off, and this happens sometimes. They get routed to a further away charging station, and then it takes them quite a while to make it back to me with the item. They can be drifting on low power for a long time. So if I don't get this in a moment, then what I will do is I will just not deal with it. Let's find steel. Steel is so sad. I don't like seeing that. It makes me nervous. Alright, but I got enough steel. Oh, and Duralumin also looks sad. Why is my Duralumin sad? Duralumin should never be sad. It's just running as fast as it can. Alright, maybe we're reaching the limits of... Um, I thought I fixed this flickering. I swear I fixed that. But that is a problem to resolve another time after we have coal. Because right now, everything is completely hosed. This base is so broken. Yeah. Look at all those alerts. Look at all these trains backed up behind each other. Not good. All right. So I've got rails now. Should let the bots figure this out. We're gonna need also just a normal pickup station. Here. And that will be for... this will be for the coal dust. So, down here, this is pretty easy. That's plenty. That is so much more than one belt full that it doesn't even matter. All right, so I need 9 on each side of this. Oh, and that still generates too much. Okay. So each of these generates 12, 18... No, because we're going to use stack outserters. Which means that these will be... so it's 12, 18, 19.8 total. But that's fine as long as it's spread across 2 halves of a belt. The belt is 30 when it's stacked. Yep, we're good. So we're gonna take secondary crushers. Nine of those, and we're gonna put them in the right place. Let's see. Coal to crushed coal. And then input, each of these just needs 1 per second. Okay. So that's just going to be... Oh, screwed up. Thought I left enough space. I did not. We actually don't need stack inserters on the inside, do we? We need them on the outputs, not on the inputs. Let's save the resources and just do these with because it's only just 1 per second, right? So yeah, I can even just use yellow inserters. Let's not get silly. Okay, but on the outputs of each of these, we are going to want, well, maybe we don't need, Nope, that was wrong. So if we do 3 of these, and then they basically all need to be filtered apart, and that's going to be the challenge here, I think, is doing the filtering across like three items in 3 lanes, right? So let's actually pull this all the way back, and we'll deal with how I want those lanes to come in a minute. Let's just filter this. So one of these is going to filter out crushed coal. One of these is going to filter out coal. And then the last one will be coal dust. Then we'll do the same thing here and again. And this is probably not like the most space or size efficient way to do this, but it'll make it easy. And that's what matters. And then basically we need to do the same thing on the outputs of the other side. So let's flip it around. Okay. And then what we've got from each of these is effectively 3 different lanes for different, that all kind of need to be pulled out. So like we'd pull out coal dust. There we go. We'd pull out coal. And actually these ones can probably go coal. And then we'd pull out the crushed coal. Okay. There we go. And then here, this is crushed coal, and that goes into 6 automated screeners. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to avoid actually having to stack anything on my belts. And I think I mostly have, actually. So all of this output comes here. We're going to have coal filtered to one side. And we're going to have coal dust filtered here. And that's half a belt. And then there's another half a belt from this side. But we're going to do the same thing here. And then it's all going to, like, loop back around and merge together. Oh. So we'll, these crushed coal into coursed coal, coal, and coal dust. Again, just one on each input. Oh, I could have scaled this a lot bigger. I scaled this for 30 coal a second, but I could have scaled it for like 60 coal a second. Then I would absolutely have to stack things, by the way. But yeah, I could have scaled this bigger. But that would have required the stack inserters everywhere. So maybe it's better not to. All right, and then each of these outputs, yeah, these are 1.1 actually, so I probably do want... And then the output here, this is 2.6, so that's 3 outserters. And 2.6. Yeah, this is just slightly too much to do on, half a belt, isn't it? Maybe this would just be easier to do with stacks instead of all of this extra belt. Kind of inclined to do that now, aren't I? I'm just thinking about how much easier this would be doing all of my output filtering if I didn't have 3 belts full of it and I only had 1. So let's do it. Let's just use stack inserters. All right. So that's that. And then here, our output is just going to be the crushed coal on the right. Which is significantly simpler. And then we're going to have a lane coming along that's like everything else. I think I do need to make a little extra room, but we'll deal with that in a second. Next here, same thing. Output, 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 output. Let's compress this whole thing in. There's no need for this to be... All right, and then... Same thing, basically, except this time our output is... coarse coal. And that feeds into, well, it says 3, but it'll be 4, because I'm doing everything symmetrical. 4 more secondary crushers. And these are doing coarse coal to coal. And... Inputs to those just want a second again. And outputs will be stacked just for consistency. All right. Now each of these guys we're gonna split like that. Left is gonna be coal. Actually, no. We don't even have to do this, do we? I think what I can do is that. And then I think these ones can just come straight through. Okay, so this will be a belt that is partly coal and partly coal dust. The coal dust is coming out at a whole 3 a second. So we'll just, whoops, that was too many. Coal dust. And then the coal itself comes in. Oh, I left a bunch of crap here, didn't I? Okay. All right. I think this works. I think this is going to give us, like, yeah, 28 coal a second, which does fit on a belt. The issue is that we have a little bit extra coal dust. So we're at, like, 31 items a second, not 30. So this won't actually quite work like this. I'm going to have to tweak where and how I'm splitting the coal and the coal dust. But I will fix that in a moment. All right. So all I have to fix is this spot here, because we do need to actually separate our coal dusts before we feed things through to these two halves. And honestly, what I should probably do is just pull these out separately entirely. But if we pull out coal dust here... Actually, this should be fine. We also shouldn't need to sideload anything. Not sure why I've been doing that. Because all of this fits on one belt at the end, right? So these should each be half belts. Alright, so then this is just coal that comes in here. Coal dust will be on another belt. Alright, I think I've got all my items per second, like, correctly sorted here, that this should work. Let's turn all this on, and let's see what we get. Oh. Override stack size to 2 on everything here. Oh, that was... Okay. Now everything should be running. Except not. Actually, I should also set all of these with a whitelist. You are coal dust. You are coal. You are crushed coal. And that way these can't ever lock themselves up on having the wrong things. It's kind of expensive to do it this way, but it'll work, and that's what matters. And then I probably need to do the same thing with these. Have coal dust, coal, and coarse coal. Yeah. Alright, and I need to get more orange inserters. And then these guys only output coal, so they're fine. Okay, I need a few more orange inserters, but otherwise... this looks like it's doing fine. Like, there's space on the belts for everything, and that's what matters. So yeah, besides these two machines being off, and then, yeah, since this is just one belt coming in, 3 of these is probably enough. But 4 will definitely do the trick. Cool. That is coal. Let me head up and grab more orange inserters. And then I'm going to have to manually start feeding trains because everything is broken. What do we got? Nothing good. So I think I just need those orange inserters to finish this build, and I'm not going to worry about whatever else I might need for my next thing yet. I'm just going to grab the orange inserters, if I have them. 3. What don't we have? Niobium plate. Surprised niobium plate. Well, no, I'm not. Niobium plate's probably stopped on the same thing it always gets stopped on, which is my continuing to not solve the problems with this build. Alright, how many of these do I actually need to finish this build? I need 4, and I currently have 3. Okay. I'm looking at YAFC, and I don't think my numbers add up here. So these guys make... Wait, 12. So we're going to have 24 plus 3 is 27 plus 2. We're going to have 30 items, basically, right here at this point. Oh, which is half a belt. It does work out. Okay. Or it's a whole belt, but it's half a belt on each side. What I was concerned about was, like, if these last machines here would always be able to empty themselves. Because things do seem a little snug, don't they? But I can fix that by just... well, a couple of different ways. But what do you need? Iron niobium alloy. Okay. There we go. There we go. Just make sure I have a few extras of those in case I need to make any changes. So let's head back down. I should be able to grab several stacks now of coal. We will start trying to turn the system back on. We'll start hand-feeding trains, and hopefully it manages to get itself moving. So yeah, if I have to, these do start backing up, and it doesn't seem like they are. Well, these ones we won't know for yet, but... Okay, so yeah, this does go yellow sometimes. And I think we just do that. And that should give us the space we need for the outserters to do their thing on all the positions. Oh, these ones are backing up too. Oh, these are backing up on... Eh? Oh, I guess I didn't have these running for a little while, right? Because they didn't have their outserters, so they were disabled. So this is expected to be in a messy state. That's fine. And this wasn't always running Oh, we've already filled this up. Excellent. All right. Let's grab a bunch of coal and let's start fueling trains. Let's see. Are there more up here? I think there's more up here that we're blocking. Oh, nope, not through here. There's one over here. Which apparently is stuck. Oh, it is stuck. Uh-oh. Because, yeah, we're full up on this. All right, let me add a... All right, there we go. That one's probably been stuck there for quite a while. Over here, I don't see anything stuck. No. All right. Let's keep looking for red alerts. Further down this road, we've got more red. Maybe not. Maybe whatever train was stuck there is in all of these out of fuel ones. And then 2 more that are marked as out of fuel. And hopefully that will be everything that we need to get the system rolling again, is having the out of fuel trains resolved here. Oh boy. It's gonna take a little while here for all these guys to all right, those are all resolved. Where's this train cannot find a path? That might just be because there's dead trains blocking. I'm out of... Are you out of fuel? Not yet. Okay. You're just waiting. If there's trains blocking everything, then trains might not be able to path. What's your destination? Field command. Oh. No, Flado first. It's Flado. All right. It should be able to get there now. I think it just has to figure that out and repath itself. Maybe not. All right. I'm just going to rerun that train, and I'm going to let CyberSyn reissue that order. There's another train that can't find a path. Oh. Indeed. That's not done yet. Okay, that's fine. That's a thing that we can fix. I missed a couple of pieces of track that the bots needed to put down. But that is totally resolvable. Here we go. And then another train out of fuel. That's going to happen for a little while longer until we get... Okay, we do have fuel here again. So, that's good. And this should start getting issued requests. Oh, I'm out of coal in my inventory, though, so let's grab a little more. And we're gonna keep being train doctor for a little bit and getting all of these guys refueled. But hopefully, at this point, the trains are going to be getting themselves figured out. Ooh, bunch of trains. And I've been adding fuel to, you know, anytime we have a backup like this, I've been, like, making sure everybody's fueled. But we're still going to be finding, we're gonna keep finding them. Do I have some? Yeah, I still have enough coal. Rain out of fuel. And the other one is like due south of here. All right, there's one that it says is stuck, but everything else is pretty much just getting through this backlog of no trains for deliveries because the system has been foobar. There we go. The question is, where's the stuck train stuck? Is it one of the places that I expect a train to sometimes be stuck? I don't believe you're really stuck. Right? That's the one that it thinks is... Oh, no, it's a P... Yeah. I don't know why it thinks you're stuck. All right. Well, that's... That was exciting. And yeah, this can make just heaps of coal. Probably more than we can, like, reasonably load onto a train all at once, but it's gonna try anyway. But yeah, as stack inserters get better, we'll be able to drain these more quickly. And this build will get more use. But all right, it is at o'clock again. When we come back, I need to get a sink for coal dust. That just has to happen because one of our coal stations is broken and the other one is now producing coal dust. So we'll get that set up, and then we'll go back into today's original to-do list and figure out probably Tuuphras. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes when the ad is over. All right, let's get this figured out. So it looks like, yeah, the trains have mostly resolved themselves, which is good. I'm not sure why I'm getting could not find a train with enough capacity errors. I guess these guys are all still refueling. Just waiting for inactivity. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the issue, is everything is still dispatched, for sure. How's fish? Getting there. We are actually starting to produce fish. Okay, so we should get our first trainload of fish back to the belt base as well very soon. These guys are running. Fish food is still catching up. So until this fish food starts flipping sides, yeah, when the fish food starts to fill up this belt is when I'm going to start switching these guys over to the fish food recipes. But until then, I guess I could do it now and hand feed the fish food. That's an option. Where am I? Yeah, let's do that. I'm close enough to that area. And then we can say that we're really, really actually done with this build and not have to touch it in a while. Oop, train is stuck. I'll have to check that. Oh no, that was one that I pinned. Oh well. Oh, I have to actually change the recipe. Fish 2. Yeah, and each recipe needs 1, so they'll have several crafts. So I think we will be good on re-looping the fish food before they, well, maybe. Maybe not. Because it has to refill this whole, well... I mean, I guess I just don't do that, right? Output right here. I could turn these guys, well... Yeah. We'll see how it does. If I need to rebalance it, I can. Let's just leave it for now. Let's leave it middle, and we'll see what happens. It'll eventually work, because that'll all eventually back up. The question is, like, is there enough fish food in the loop right now for it to be stable and get itself backed up? Or is it gonna not craft at some point? But I think with half of it going, each of these takes 1 and makes 2. Each of these recipes only takes 1. So yeah, if half goes to each side, then this will fill itself up. This will sustain itself and also more than provide for this. So I think we're good. And then once this side backs up, this side will finally be allowed to back up. And then eventually it'll start backing up to wherever. Here. Where it'll come out here. All right. Let's head up to the mall area and let's see how the base is doing. I'm sure it's unhappy. It's always unhappy. but let's see. How's steel? Yeah, catching up a little bit. All right. All the bots being dispatched to come find me. Zero available robots. I have 3,000 bots currently doing logi things around the base. What kinds of logi things? Probably mostly coming to empty my trash slots. Okay, so let's look at... Before we do the Tuuphras, let's just look at Kicalks, because I think these ones seemed easy, right? Yeah, these just need clay, and clay just needs steam. So I can make a little Kicalk loop, no problemo. So we want to make Kicalk seeds. And then we will use those to make ourselves Kicalks. Yeah, we're not going to run this whole thing. Or maybe we will. It only makes a quarter of a Kicalk a second. And then we'll pull in clay. Yeah. But this is basically all we need to build to have Kicalks available in the bot network, is we need... I guess I'll do 10 of them.
Space! Space!
Annie Wren, thank you so much for the follow. And what was I saying? Yeah, I guess I could just do like 5 or 10 of these. We don't need this to run at full blast. And the clay pit and the boiler are easy enough to set up. So let's get that built up. And then afterwards, we'll need to figure out what our Tuuphra build is going to look like. Because these guys... Yeah, I'm only going to be able to start with just one of these, not even fully moduled. It's only going to have 4 out of 5 modules. And that's going to be extraordinarily slow. And then I guess we do the manure bacteria on site. Burner, fiber, yep. Agar, which means we need seaweed on site, but we don't need a ton. Steam we make from electricity, and then we bring in everything else. All right. So yeah, this will need to be done on Rails, just because we don't have easy access to manure or coarse fraction in the belt base. So this is one where when I want Tuuphra modules, I'm going to have to like manually go get them. But we can set this up with, actually, how many of these can one of these botanical nurseries handle? A lot. The answer is a lot. 0.56 per second. How much do we need for science? Unified science... Where am I? Tuuphras are needed for Korlex food, right. So that means that I need to get the Korlex milk products sorted out. I don't think I care which asset I use. Mostly I just want the Korlex milk available. Okay. So, Korlex milk. From... Yeah, so these need Tuuphras, and I think the Korlex food does not use Tuuphras. Okay. So I need 0.13 per second. Oh, and also more fish. Ooh, I'm glad I made extra fish. Didn't fully process that. Okay. If that's the only place I need Tuuphras, and I don't know if that is the only place I need Tuuphras, then I don't have to do a super big build. I'm worried I'm gonna, like, go through these things, though, and find out that, like, oh, does DNA polymerase need Tuuphras? No. Does flavonoids need Tuuphras? No, that's Yadals. Zipper eggs, I don't think... Yeah, zippers are from their own thing. Sea sponge is not fed with Tuuphras. Okay. I think we're okay, then. I think we've got... our only... Yeah, our only need of Tuuphras for science is gonna be the Korlex milk loop. And we'll also need some Tuuphras for our actual... Did I get rid of that? I cleaned out all of my... I did. I cleaned out all of my YAFC tabs over the weekend. So... That's, unfortunate. And then, yeah, these guys will also need some Tuuphras, and we're not running them at 1 a second. I'm just... let's see. Water barrel. Fish hydrolysate. That's a lot of fish. Anyway, we'll need some Tuuphras for breeding Korlex, as well as the ones that we need for science. The question really is, like, do I want to... I think especially because manure ends up with a byproduct, I'm really, really tempted to build Tuuphras centralized. But, like... Dang. Making half a Tuuphra a second is, And the food doesn't use Tuuphras, right? It uses literally everything else, but not Tuuphras. Okay. So yeah, I don't think I'm building this at 60 of these machines. That's a bonkers amount. But we will, I mean, how much do we need for science? What came out as the number in science? 0.13. Okay. Oh, so 10 is not enough. 20 would be enough. I guess also the question is, how big are the Tuuphra plantations? If they're the size of, like, seaweed farms, then building 60 of them is awful. If they're the size of, like, sap extractors, then I don't care as much. So let's find them. They are moderately sized. All right. 60 of these is still a big build, though. So I think this 20 of them is a reasonable scale for now. And because it does have spoilage byproducts in its loop that I need to take care of, I think I'd rather centralize it because every byproduct turns into its own, like, separate output station. Yeah, this isn't a bad ratio. 3 of these to 40 of these, but that's a little big. I don't necessarily want to build it this big. So yeah, let's build it for 20 for starters, and we'll go from there. So we're going to have 2 spoilage outputs, plus the Tuuphras, plus the inputs. So this is all in all going to be 4 stations. All right, that's kind of a pain, but so be it. So let me see if I have a place where I can build 4 stations, or if I need to... My poor trains are still catching up on the backlog of all the well, of basically everything shutting down earlier. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to build a new... I mean, technically I've got space here. 3 of these plus 1 here. But I don't necessarily want to do it here. This is an awkward place. I don't really have the space for a build with 20 moderately sized buildings. So I think we're just going to keep expanding out this way. Maybe go south. No, I'll save south for a smaller build so I don't end up building into this lake. So we'll go right up here. I don't think I care about this niobium ore at all. So... And I can also grab more asphalt on my way by. All right, I've got 15 of these. I said I was going to build to 20 of them. What do I need if I wanted to craft a few of these myself? Duralumin and limestone. All right. Do I put limestone into the bot network? I don't think so. I should do that. There we go. Somebody will build that. I have construction bots around, but this is in the bot zone. And then I think yeah, we're just waiting on more of these guys, basically. I can grab some duralumin and limestone. Two more, okay. Yeah, I may have grabbed all the limestone. Nope, I did already have one making limestone. Oops. So we don't need this after all. Alright, so that's 20 of those. I need one nursery for seeds. And what's the rest of this shopping list? 20 seaweed. Okay. Soil extractor. We actually need 2 soil extractors. 2 seaweed crop facilities. One nursery we've got, 1 incubator, 1 burner. High pressure furnace. Oh, really? I'm not making burners? That's such a weird thing to not be making. Oh, whoops. Here. Electric boiler. And let's fix burners, I guess. Oh, and I hit a bunch of keys again. Worker robots, roboport coverage. There we go. Stations? No. What else do I usually have on? I guess that's it. Burners. But I can also make that myself. All right. Don't know why this is highlighted. Oh. So, just waiting for the bots to catch up with these requests, which should not take long. Ooh. That's bad. How many bots are, like, driving through the donut hole? I mean, everything is on the way, right? On the way, on the way, on the way, on the way, on the way. Yep. Just waiting for the bots to figure that out. Meantime, let's grab... And then I guess also here. What else can I clear out? That seems like pretty much it. Most of our normal requests the bots have caught up on. We can grab some extra stuff, though, compared to those request lists. Let's check this stuck train, too. Oh, that's just an ash station. Okay, that's expected. And... oh, come on. I guess while I'm still waiting for the rest of those buildings to show up, I can grab some more blue inserters. I can grab some more purple inserters. Purple. That's not purple at all. That is definitely orange. I can grab some more underground belts. I can grab some more pipes, maybe. Here too. Power poles look good. How about rails? Just about 2,000 rails. I think I'm okay there. I'm just trying to think through whatever I might need for this Tuuphra build. But I guess while I'm waiting, I can set up Kicalks up here because that's a quick build. How many Kicalks do I have? I've got 20 right now. Okay. Yeah, let's do the Kicalk build while I'm thinking about it. So that's 10 of these guys. Actually, we don't even need to do 10 of them. I'll just do like 5 is enough. That's a cool building. Yeah, we'll use the simple recipe. Throw the modules in. Oh, that means actually that I need to make a few more the old-fashioned way. Let's do this. Think if I do this, the bots should have everything in the network basically for this, except the palm tree DNA samples. But those are in here already. So they'll figure it out. And basically, I need a couple more Tuuphras because I need to do one recipe to make seeds. I mean, I could also just not. Sorry, I could remove some of the modules from this and run them, you know, run that one slightly slower. But I don't love doing that. Oh! Oh no! Come back. Alright, Kicalk seeds. Just bring in a Kicalk. That's easy. And then output is going to be seeds. 1 a second. The only one to start with is going to be that one. And then the other thing that this is going to need is clay. And that comes from... Do make clay pits here. All right. And electric boiler. Then I just need to find water for that. Sure, here works. All right, that'll start spitting out clay. And then to bootstrap this, I just need this to run a couple of recipes for me. And I'm assuming I don't have the stuff in my inventory to build planter boxes. No. Alright, but they will, the bots will eventually deliver stuff to this, and we'll get a couple more. How many Tuuphras or Kicalks does this actually want in the recipe? Just 2? Actually, you know what? Let's just... Let's just do it. Yeah, because that makes quite a few seeds. Ah, but we're going to need a couple more, right? This makes 5 seeds, and this needs 15 for a craft. So, there we go. That should be enough now to get this thing started. And then I could probably just leave this for a while and then come back and turn it back on with more Kicalk modules made. Like, this will just do its thing for a little bit. Oh, I'm still waiting for some buildings, though, shockingly. The whole reason I built this was so that I could, and then seaweed. Just need 2 more. Supposedly it's on the way, but who even knows with these bots? There we go. Seaweed. All right. So that's Kicalks done. Tuuphras, just making sure I did the shopping list for the build, but I want to make sure I have what I need for the inputs. So we need 1 input station, 1 output station for Tuuphras, 1 output station for rich clay from spoiled manure, and 1 output station for agar from spoiled, sorry, biocrud from spoiled agar. Cool. All right, before I go build that, before I totally forget, Annie Wren, let me add you to the Wall of Fame. If I can remember where the Wall of Fame is. Here we go. And if there's anyone else who is a follower who hasn't ended up on the Wall of Fame and would like to be, you just have to let me know. I don't always get, especially people who follow when I'm not streaming, I don't always get offline follows onto the Wall of Fame. So if you are missing, then I will always happily get you on. could let me know here, or in a YouTube comment, or in the Discord, or on Blue Sky. Basically any of the ways of getting in touch with me, and I will make a note to take care of it. Train is stuck. I'm going to assume is just an ash train still. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. And I guess also before I go down there, let me grab whatever silver we have, and I will drop the silver off at the silver provider station on rails before starting the Tuuphra build. Oh yeah, we've got quite a bit. What I should probably do is just expand ash processing on rails and limit and stop doing ash processing at the belt base, but I don't think I have the throughput to move the ash from the belt base to the rail base at the moment to do that safely. So for now, just manually deliver silver every once in a while. Our silver demand is very, very low. We're only using it for like one thing, so... Right over here. Right? This needs silver? Yeah, silver plate. And that should actually be pretty... It's actually not all that backed up. Nothing really should be using it anymore. Yeah. I mean, we made 11 Korlex. So, I guess we went through quite a bit of it, but I think that's the only consumer right now is the creature chamber. But that's fine. Okay, let's do the Tuuphra build. Okay. So, what did I say I had? I have 1 input and 3 outputs. Lovely. So let's get solid pickup for our 3 outputs, and 1, and 2, and 3. And then on this side, we're going to have a single solid drop-off. All right, so if we look at this build, we're going to have some early processing to do first, and then move on to the actual Tuuphras themselves, right? So we need to make, I guess, just the manure bacteria. Okay, and those are a fluid, so we only have 4 inputs, which is nice. And none of them are very high volume. Cool. So, as far as our requests, we're going to have coarse fraction. We're going to have manure. We're going to have Petri dishes and fiber. And all of these should be maybe not readily available, but available soonish. The only one I'm worried about is coarse fraction. Okay, that'll be fine. I wasn't sure if pure sand would have been off for some reason. It's nearly is backed up. So, but like worst case, it'll pull from Petri dishes and that'll pull from pure sand to make more of them, but you know, I don't want to rely on that being balanced because I can guarantee that that is not balanced. And outputs, the only thing with any volume is coarse fraction, so that's fine. Let's work on getting the manure bacteria figured out. So we're gonna have a incubator here, and that will be fed from this guy making agar. Yes. Yeah, and that's just a direct feed. This needs heat. That comes from this burner. Also right there. All right. So let's start with our first output here. Fiber. Right over to the heater. All right. That will be, I think, honestly, even a gray inserter is enough. 0.036 a second. Yes, gray inserter is enough. Agar needs a steam input. It's this. And it'll need some water. I'll figure that out in a second. And we also need 2 seaweed crop facilities, which I'm going to have to find a good spot for. Oh, here's fine. Going to make a little more space to put down a third one of these for if I ever decide to double the size of the Tuuphra build. Then these will output like that. All right, and then this needs to turn off when We need a buffer on the manure bacteria, so I should have grabbed something for a small tank. Let's look at these 15 KL tanks. Yeah, that's a decent size for a buffer. Okay. And if we connect that up... what we will say is enable this when the manure bacteria is less than 10k of that 15k tank. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. This also needs, okay, petri dishes and manure. So this actually, I think, comes down here. If we do that, one of these is going to be petri dishes, and one of these is going to be manure. And then those will share a belt. Up to there. And then that's all, yeah, low quantity, doesn't matter. I do need to split this. To rich clay. Similarly, do an output here of the rich clay. All right, so there's rich clay. We also should grab potentially rich clay from here. So that'll be rich clay. And then both of these also potentially have biocrud outputs. And those can both get pushed right through here. All right. So rich clay will come out here. High priority because it's a byproduct output. And then same thing here, high priority, except this will be potentially biocrud. Oh, these don't have power. Yeah, that's not going to turn on without power. Oh, or water. Jeez, come on, Brandon. Learn to play the game. Okay. There we go. that should... Yeah. Start making the manure bacteria that we need. Excellent. So the other inputs to the Tuuphras are going to be Tuuphra seeds and God, Tuuphras are terrible. All these ratios are awful. Okay. Let's go up here and let's lay down 20 of these things. All right. And I've basically got this set up so I can drop another, like, row of these above them if I so desire. Their fluid inputs will come actually from this side. Ugh. Five, 10, 15, 20. Okay. What? And then outputs of these, I mean, these make 5 Tuuphras from, sorry, 0.36 from 20 machines. I think we can use gray inserters. Oh, and I forgot power, because I always forget power. All right. So the inputs here, we're going to have 2 different belts of input. And I'm going to have to figure out what those look like. And then the output is going to be the Tuuphras themselves. So that is going to come through here. We're going to split off. Sorry, I want to make sure that I have designed these things so that when I do want to run a second lane of these, inevitably, I want to make sure that, like, I have left the space for it, and that I'm actually prepared for the, yeah. There we go. There's that part. And what did I... Oh, these are in the wrong place here. And the ad is going to start shortly. I don't think there's going to be anything particularly unusual about the rest of this build, so I'm probably just going to finish it while the ad runs. But I do encourage everyone to stretch your legs, get some water, take care of yourselves during the ad break. All right. So we only need one of these to start with. Okay, so... Oh, it would help if I... This is going to be course fraction coming up one side. And then we're also going to need soil. Oh, there's only 3 ingredients. Okay, for some reason I thought it was 4. So we'll do course fraction with the seeds, and then we'll bring in soil on the other belt, and that will do the trick. All right, welcome back from the ad break. Thanks for sticking around, folks. It is, as always, appreciated. So I've got that coming up. The output of this is 1.6 a second. All right. No, I'll use a couple of these. That's fine. All right, so we've got course fraction, check. Soil will be check as soon as I figure out power. And also water, not just power. All right. So there's soil. Tuuphras, I can put 2 in here. The other 2 have to be turned into seeds. That is where we are at right now. And that'll make 8 seeds. Yeah, and this needs 5 of them. And we'll produce 3 Tuuphras. All right, so this loop is, I think, gonna work and gonna be positive. Oh, whoops, some of these seeds ended up here, though. Let's turn that off until we're actually ready to double our... So... Oh, I didn't actually assign a recipe to those. That's fine. And then this needs water. Really, Brandon? Can I... Yes. If I take all of this over 1... Again, we can leave all of that off for now. But now, this should... Oh, right. I need to take all of this over 1, too. And all of this over 1. All right. So the only thing left to hook up then is the manure bacteria. That's going to come off of this guy. And how am I out of undergrounds? Lovely. All these plumbing heavy builds. How do I want to get the manure bacteria out? If I run this like that, we're not going to, but just, you know, for the sake of argument. Then I can run this. Like that. And that turns on. Output priority left. So this is going to make 3 of these guys eventually, very slowly. 2 of them turn into a bunch of seeds, which will turn into more of these guys. So I think we're good, other than just not, you know, needing a bunch more of them for modules, because I didn't fully appreciate how difficult these were to bootstrap. And then this up here will be the whenever I need more, this build is easy to scale up. It just needs another seaweed, crop facility, another soil extractor, and double the Tuuphra plantations. Like, everything else is at the right scale already. Which is fantastic. So yeah, this is gonna take a long time. Kicalks, on the other hand, if I check up at base, we're still turning all of them into seeds. Yeah. Just because of how the prioritization works. We're starting to back up some seeds, but it's going to take a while before they all end up here. And that's fine. Like, eventually I will need more of these guys, but for now. Oh, and there's some extras here already too. Cool. So, this needs 6 more. And we've got the stuff for probably a couple more. Well, palm tree DNA samples says 20 more, but I'm not sure if I've got the other things that I need for 20 more. But regardless, we'll end up with a few more of them available at some point in this thing. So next on the list, according to this, is fish slaughter on rails. I guess I need that for inputs for Korlex food, right? If we go back to YAFC, fish hydrolysate is its own thing that I need for the babies. But yeah, Korlex food itself needs fish oil. Yeah. So we'll need to set this up. And I think pretty much everything else here is pretty standard. It needs Kicalks seeds, which is interesting. And again, the scale of this is like way too big. You know, I can decide how big. This is just for making Korlex that are going to be modules for other things. So, like, honestly, even if I just did this, this would probably be more than enough. But the main thing that's going to define the scale of our Korlex food build is not this, but science. So if we look at unified science here, this needs 0.026 Korlex food a second. And even this small build needs 0.016. So I'm looking at like half a Korlex food a second. Which makes me want to build it at like 1 a second, because I always want to build things twice as big as I need. And so far, that doesn't look awful. Like, the inputs are... It's a lot of inputs, but, like... You know, build it to, like, 3 of these instead of... It's like, oh, you know, we got to deal with the Kicalks. That's, you know, we might end up wanting to use this recipe. That takes, Ooh, yeah, okay. Oh, that's awful. That's not the Steam recipe I want to use. I want this one. 48 Kicalk plantations, even using the better recipe. Oof. All right, but that runs off of about one electric boiler, so like, eh. But boy, that is a big build. And those Kicalk plantations are not small either. Salt we make from saline water, because that's an easier input to deal with. Native flora we always mine on site, because that spoils. I am inclined, actually, if I clear this fixed building count and set this one, we see some things line up nicely with one clay pit, one native flora extractor. Although, whatever mining productivity is for that is going to change, so maybe that doesn't matter. Oh, that's probably why this at 3 gives these weird numbers for clay and flora. It's because they have productivity numbers. Yeah, at one point it would have been 1.5. So if you don't account for productivity, then it's 3 clay pits. This all ratios pretty well at 6 of these. Well, close to pretty well. At any rate, we're not doing that. We could do 2. 2 is snug, but is probably more reasonable on the number of Kicalk plantations that we need to bring in. And also on, like, the amount of fish oil that we need. Because this is 1.6 fish a second. How big is my fish build? My fish build is 1.2 fish a second. I have to make the fish build bigger. All right, cool. So we're going to have to scale the fish build up, which is fine, to be clear. Because, yeah, we need... I think when I was looking at Unified Science, I didn't have Korlex food in when I was figuring out, yeah, the number of fish that I need. And that's fish oil as well. So now if we look at fish... .8 fish a second. Did I make a fish build? There must be fish in here somewhere. Because it's ratioing. Here we go. Fish. Well, this says 0.33 a second. Even with the Korlex food for milk. So why is this so high? I mean, we're running, I guess, 3 times. There we go. Wait. 0.3 versus 0.0. Oh. Okay. Yep. That's why these numbers are so high. I'm making 10 times as much of this as I need in this view. That's why. So one of these is a fine build. Okay. So I'll just set up my standard 6 slaughterhouses for fish, to get fish oil on rails, and then the Korlex food build, I think, will otherwise be pretty straightforward. Yeah. We're gonna have saline water anyway, so I could use... Oh, but this also needs CO2 on site. I mean, it's fine to bring in CO2. 2 versus 5 seaweed crop facilities. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it for this build. Keep the build simpler. Use the, these guys here. And then, yeah, fish rendering will be an off-site thing. So Korlex food is the main thing we're making, and oxygen. Native flora spoils to biomass, so we'll have 3 outputs, 2 inputs, so that's 5 stations total. Yeah. And I think this one is nice because I can probably get away with putting the factory just like right next to the input station and feeding most of these items directly. You know, we're going to have to pull the lamps out, and that it? Jerky goes in, fish goes in, tin goes in. Oh, we need to make Fawaji on site. That's easy. That's still a pretty big Fawaji build. Oof. Alright. So that's going to end up being the big build for this. So this is going to be a fairly large build. 16 Kicalk plantations, 30 Fawaji plantations. But before we even think about this, we have fish slaughtering to do. So let's go grab... I'm sure I don't have the stuff to make this right now, no. Hopefully I have these on base. So yeah, this system is just going to loop for a while, and eventually we'll end up with some spare Tuuphras backing up out of this. And when they start to do that, then I can add the modules to more of these guys and get them turned on more and more, and it'll bootstrap faster and faster. But it's going to take quite a while for them to do that at the moment. So for now, let's just grab... Well, we're going to need underground pipes, and we're going to need... I think I have most of the stuff that I'll actually need for a station. Maybe I don't have a station. I do. I have 1 station left. Let's find underground pipes. And let's get the slaughterhouses, and then we can go do the fish slaughter. Let's see, one of these is going to be slaughterhouse. This one. Oh, no, stop. That should be all that I need. Let's grab some more belts, too. I'll probably need more belts. And then we should be all set to go do the fish, slaughter. Way over here at the bottom corner of the base, we have the unified... Oh, we're backed up. Ruh-roh. On skin. All right. Well, this will at least get us moving again. I was not anticipating that. Okay. Well, apparently I should have been, because I already added more storage space, and skin never spoils. So... let's look at... yeah, animal samples. I mean, there's VOTs and HOTs, I think. Maybe just the VOTs. Workers' food, fish food. I can just turn it into lead. And that's pretty much it, is I can turn it into lead with the atomizer. Alright, that's probably what I'm going to have to do, is set up lead ore. My concern is that I don't have that much demand for lead. But who knows? Maybe it'll just end up supplying all of my lead and we won't end up using acetylene for lead. That's always possible. Alright, so we're gonna stick out one of these guys for fish. Change the recipe. All right, output of this. Can come up here. Go on that side of that one. This is all very backed up right now, so we're still working through backlogs of things that were in all of these slaughterhouses. So I don't expect this half belt to remain like saturated like this. Because, yeah, this is only like 0.7 items a second. Times 6. So, like, 4 or 5 items a second. Maybe similar here. It's just not that much. And then the inputs to these guys... oh, right, and these all need to be programmed as well. I forgot about that. So, yeah. Bring in the signal, because you're going to use the fish signal. Not to be confused with the bat signal, which is totally different. All right, so those guys are all enabled for fish. We put this here. Hook that up. Let's add fish to this thing. And then we'll have another fluid pickup right here. And this will have basically the same thing, except we're going to check fish oil. right, so we should be outputting, oh, the fish signal. And we should see up here that we now have a fish signal, and these are enabled. Yes. Good. Now, this just needs to be hooked up to the output from these guys. All right, that should be fish output, or fish oil output, and this will be fish parts output. This is output full on, oh. Then why do we still have a Vrock signal? Oh, because I broke it. All right. And, I mean, our threshold should probably not be 240, huh? It should be like 200. Let's do this here as well. And lastly, down here. And that way, we're not trying to push these to absolutely saturated. I don't know if it really matters, but it also doesn't hurt. Because 200,000 is already 8 train loads, which is plenty. Oh. But why? They don't have anything in them, so that's not the issue. I am unsure. But yeah, okay, these are moving pretty much smoothly now. We're getting the outputs from Vrocks and Augs all the way through, which is what we want to see. We have plenty of... Why is everything doing that? What's the error? I feel like there must be something going wrong, but I don't understand. All right, let's see where this train goes. This one just got dispatched. I mean, it seems like it's working. Or at least it's doing something. It's not just giving up and going to its... Yeah, and this is going to be fine. It's going to do its delivery. Oh, yep, here we go. Like I said, we're going to back up on fish food here. And then all that fish, the extra fish food will come through here, and it's backing up here, and eventually it'll start providing fish food out. And it's just running. I might want to, like, turn off fish eggs when fish is over a certain threshold. I don't know if it's worth it. Presumably we've had at least one delivery of fish to the base, right? Oh yeah, so much fish. I forgot to hook this belt back up. Oops. Let's go do that, because that's gonna break something. I don't remember if fish is critical for anything in science, but if I don't fix it now, I will forget about it, so let's see. Fish comes in like there. That will go all the way up through this mess to here. How about we do like this? All right. So that'll be fish back into the belt base from the rail base. Oh yeah, this has had a lot of fish delivered. Beautiful. All right. That is really good progress today, actually. Getting Kicalks starting to run their loop, however slowly. Getting Tuuphras started as well down here, and this is a build that I can double when I need to, which is also going to be fantastic, because I might need to double this at some point. Right now we're netting 0.2 Tuuphras a second, and if I double, we'll have 0.4. I don't know when I next get like a Tuuphra recipe upgrade. Tuuphras, stage 2, immediately. Okay, it is right after Py Science 2. It is one of the first things I can do is improve Tuuphras. Alright, and this gives me a recipe that uses fertilizer and biomass on top of... Okay. And ash. Okay, it's a lot of stuff. But there's also phase 2 Tuuphras, so... something else to think about. But that's... We're still pretty far away. I mean, if we look at the tech tree and, like, where stuff is researched and what it feeds into, like, we've done... Tuuphras are way up here, and I'm not sure why. It's for sugar, but I don't know what of the bee stuff actually uses... Oh, here we go. Wax barrels. Interesting. Oh, did I miss this entirely when I was... Did I not need bitumen at all? I just realized something. I could have done, instead of doing filled comb to get used comb to turn into wax, I could have done empty barrel and sugar. Interesting. And then emptied these barrels, and that would have given me wax instead of the bitumen. Fascinating. I completely missed that that was a path. Because you can only get it in barrel form from here. Oh. That is interesting. So I could be doing that in my bees instead of what I'm doing right now, which is getting a bitumen byproduct. Not that I mind the bitumen byproduct. Like, I find uses for it. But, you know, this whole build here exists just to deal with that as a byproduct of the bees running, right? And then, how's this doing? Yeah. This is only scaled for the coke oven gas from this build running full time. It is not scaled for the coke oven gas that also comes from the bees. So we'll see if we back up, if we need more hot air or another sink for coke oven gas somewhere. Bees should be, yeah, we've made a bunch of them so far. And then our other outputs over here. Yeah, just a little bit of ash and probably just a little bit of coke. Yep. As expected. We don't expect to push a ton of ash or coke through the system, but okay. Well, I think Korlex food is a biggish build, and there's a lot going on with it. So I don't think we're quite ready to... I don't want to start this now. I'm probably going to try to wrap up shortly, in fact. And then next time, I think we might finally get Korlex food and Korlex breeding loop going. And then after that, you know, it's back to looking at this horrible chart and figuring out, you know, what are the next things that need to go into each of these. Because we need to build basically all of the science packs again to have science running at the scale I want. So, like, we're going to need to make an automation science build at this 6 factories scale, right? And whatever that means as far as stone bricks, etc. And then we're going to need the Py Science 1 build. We've already got glassware. Are we making enough glassware? This setup is big. Where's glassware? Okay. This says half of a glassworks, and I think we've got 2 or 3 of them making glassware. Just 1. Okay. So glassware could get snug. Just because it is also used for other things along the way. But yeah, this is the master spreadsheet, right? Of like, what are all the builds? What are all their stations? What do we need each of these things to be doing? And like here, we've got Arcod honey. We've got, you know, this pulls in more manure. I have no idea if I've scaled my manure big enough. I hope I have. You know, the DNA polymerase for the good alien sample. It's going to be its own thing, right? It's like, okay, that needs more Arcot honey. Retrovirus, we need to make Vrock cocoons. Do we make those centrally somewhere? Do I make a Vrock cocoon factory? That feels silly, but I think we also use Vrock cocoons for other things. So maybe. Yeah, retrovirus also uses them. Do I make liquid nitrogen? Nitrogen, water, or gasoline? Alright. Yeah. But, like, all of this is still not fully figured out. Like, you know, we look at flavonoids, that's for Yadols. We haven't even started looking at our Yadol build yet. So yeah, we've got stuff to do. We've got a bootstrap zip ears. We've got a bootstrap sea sponge. We have to bootstrap Xiophos because we do need those somewhere in here. I just don't have the right things selected yet for them to show up. And we will also need the Yadols. So we've got more animals and plants to do. We've got, I mean, a lot of this stuff is done. It just needs to be like, this master sheet has not been brought up to scale yet, right? Like, we're doing render fish, and it's like, it feeds in some of that, you know, meat and bones into some of these things, but we also probably see that we need more of some of those. Something uses phytoplankton. Oh, that's within fish. Phytoplankton. Yeah. So, like, stuff like that, I need to just keep going through these and being like, okay, lamps. Yeah, we make lamp. We make lamp. So create nested table. Make copper cable. That's lamp. Right? And like, every time we do that, we get a little bit closer to getting this down to kind of just its fundamental inputs, I guess. Like, I go in here for the, yeah, I don't want Korlex food at this tier. We want to do Korlex food as its own build. It doesn't actually matter where I put it here, I don't think, but because I don't think we're going to have Korlex as its own thing on this sheet, just as a just the milk. But still, we kind of got to go through each of these and, like, make sure that I use the right recipes. Like, did I decide for Korlex food which recipe I'm using? I'm using the complicated one. Right. So I got to make sure that that's right so that we have all the right inputs. So that's just kind of the process, is going through all of this and making that happen. Muddy sludge gets electrolyzed. Extract soil as well. Flora mining, steam 250, biology on site. There we go. So we can see what this needs now. You know, we'll make jerky from meat spoiling and gut spoiling and brain spoiling. And it'll figure it out based on, you know, the rest of the demand for those three things, like how much jerky we make. You know, Tuuphras need to be their own build. Some of these builds are done, some of these aren't yet. This is all, again, it's very much a work in progress sheet to get this to the point where it's all sane-ish. But you can see there's a bunch of stuff that we still have to rebuild because we're going to need bigger scales of it, and we'll want to use the better tech that we have. So, like, we're going to end up making somewhere in here, where is it? Mechanical parts, right? We need... I have this set up as a build here on the Py Science 2, but probably what we ought to do is make a mechanical parts station somewhere and just make mechanical parts on rails. I don't know if it makes sense to make these as part of the science facility location or not. And then, like, Arcot honey and all this other stuff. It's a lot. There's a lot still to sort through. But really, I've just been kind of going through one thing at a time. You know, when I look at, like, Py Science 2, I see, okay, it's got all these inputs. 2 of them decay, and they decay relatively quickly. So, like, both of those we want to make on site, right? And when we look inside the Paragen, does anything in its intermediates spoil? Probably not. Doesn't look like it. So, like, manure spoils, but that's just life. So, like, all of these things can come right into the Py Science 2 build. And then maybe, like, good alien samples, casein, moss we should always do on site, and mechanical parts, like, maybe this is all of our, and that's a huge number of inputs, right, to the Py Science 2. But it's all in reasonable quantities, like, especially the solid things are almost all in very small quantities. There's some things, like in Logiscience, the animal sample, there's not much we can do about needing to travel things that need to spoil for that. But, and then, like, in total, we need a lot more, well, like 0.4 cotton guts. We won't be using cotton guts for our animal samples exclusively anymore, which will help with how many cotton guts we need to build. We can do a smaller cotton gut build moving forward with that. So yeah, there is progress made on this sheet, but there's still so much left to go through, and there's a lot that's going to end up being rebuilt on Rails, because even if we have it wanted to try to push it from the old base to the rail base, I don't think we have the capacity with a lot of these things to do that. So yeah, generally, what this should look like, and I should clear out a lot of this stuff, actually, is like, okay, here's the Py Science Pack 2 build, and the reason that I've gone through and I've gone through the list of all these things is because I'm trying to figure out, like, what's our total need for, like, fish, right? Like, what's the scale of fish that we need? Because at this level, you look at this stuff and you're like, I don't need fish at all. But, you know, go a couple levels deeper and you do. So, and that's when you end up with all of these things listed here, right? And before too long, I'm looking at pretty much the whole factory in one sheet, and it's impossible to deal with, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to build as best we can. We're going to find that some stuff is under-spec'd, and we're going to have to grow a couple of the provider stations, and that's okay. That's just going to be the situation. All right, well, it's been a solid 5-hour stream, so I'm going to call it here. Thanks very much to everyone who's tuned in. And as always, thanks to everyone who watches these on YouTube. This Friday, as I said at the start of the stream, is a little bit of a celebration stream for 100 YouTube subs and for hitting Twitch affiliate a few months ago. So that is going to be a Gleba only, everything spoils, a little bit of a marathon. Friday at 10 a.m. US Pacific time, which is 3 hours before the normal stream time, and that will be localized for you on my Twitch schedule page. So I'm looking forward to seeing folks on Friday. As far as the normal weekly schedule goes, Wednesday is still Kerbal, and Thursday is still more Pyanodons. So we will take care of the usual stream stuff, and looking forward to that. So yeah, next time on Pi, maybe Korlex, or maybe I go through this and we figure out some other stuff to do, like while the Tuuphras and the Kicalks keep getting themselves started, just so that we're not spending too much time standing around. Because like we've got Sea Sponge to do, we've got, like I said, I know something in here somewhere needs Xyphos, got Yadals, we've got Zipiers, so we'll just have to figure that out as we go. All right, thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you next time.